Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the Council Ordinary Meeting of the 8th of December. It'll be the last Ordinary Council meeting for this year. It's now 9 o'clock and I see that all councillors are in attendance, and I have to make a special reference to you, Councillor Tully. You are looking resplendent in all your Christmas gear. I'll move over now to the Acknowledgement of Country, and I ask Councillor Kunzelman to provide the Acknowledgement of Country.
Thank you, Chair. We recognise that there are traditional custodians of this land on which we meet today to make important decisions. The spirit of those traditional custodians is with us today as we try to make the best decisions on the use of that land. We pay respects to those traditional custodians, acknowledging past and present leaders and the encouragement of new leaders as they emerge, and we extend our acknowledgement to those Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander persons present here today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kunzelman. We'll now move on to opening prayer, and in line with the notice of motion recently from Council Island, I'd like to ask Pastor Billy Dean from the Raceview Congregational Church up to the lectern and open our meeting with prayer. Pastor Billy, do you mind if I just get you to say your name and what church you're from as well?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. My name is Pastor Billy Dean from the Raceview Congregational Church, and I count it a privilege and an honour to be able to open this morning's meeting in prayer and also extend a welcome from not just our church at Raceview Congregational Church, but from all the churches across the whole of the Ipswich City Council region, and wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2023. Let me pray. Most gracious God, ruler of all nations, we pray for this council of the Ipswich City. May you direct and prosper all their work of the councillors to the advancement of your glory and to the safety and welfare of this city, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us all and for the residents of the city. We pray that these councillors will make wise decisions, be a blessing to the people they serve. May all decisions that they make come from a spirit of respect and trust, with an earnest desire to seek the mercy, compassion and justice for residents and businesses of the city. May you bless them in their service and support and nurture their families within the sacrifice of their service. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Pastor Billy. I have no apologies of leave of absences. So I move on to condolences. And I move that Council express its condolences on behalf of the city to the family of Mrs. Claire Jeweller. May I have a seconder for that condolence to speak to it? Thank you, Councillor Fichtner. To Claire's husband, Ken, children Kerry Ann and John and their families, and the many children she unofficially adopted, we offer our condolences. Since moving to Chuwa in 1992, Claire has been an active member of the community, volunteering with various local organisations. Claire is a former Vice President of the Ipswich Genealogical Society, as well as a long-term treasurer and founding member of the Classic and Muscle Car Club of Ipswich. Claire was a car enthusiast and she loved her Holdens. As treasurer for the car club, she helped distribute over $100,000 to those who needed it most with food hampers, Christmas presents and cash donations. She created opportunities to combine her love of cars with helping people and travelled around the country on bashes that also raised money for charity. Claire was passionate about assisting the homeless in her work with Rosie's Ipswich, and she also enjoyed knitting for Ipswich Hospice Care. In her role within the Ipswich Genealogical Society, she also took on fundraising ventures, as well as always being the first to put a hand up to help with whatever task was needed. Claire was a quiet achiever. Nothing was too big or too small for her to help with. If she came across anyone who might feel disconnected from the community, she was always there to listen and offer a warm smile, and she especially loved helping children whenever she could. Even after her passing, Claire continued to help others with her request for donations to Love Your Sister, a charity that supports scientific research with the aim to vanquish cancer. Claire was a quiet ambassador for Ipswich, and her contribution to the Ipswich community through her volunteering and fundraising efforts is commendable and very much appreciated. Even last night, Councillor Kunzman, Councillor Millie and Councillor Ireland and myself were speaking with people from the car club. We met with the President, Peter, last night, and they were saying how much they very much miss her and that she was the driving force behind their organisation. And the new Treasurer, Tony, is trying to fill big shoes. She touched the lives of many, and our thoughts remain with those who treasure her memory in their hearts. I'll put this condolence motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you, it's cast. Thank you. Move on to item 6, which is tributes, and there are none. 7, presentation of petitions, there are none. I now move on to item 8, which is the presentation and deputations. And so I give this presentation, this beautiful glass trophy to you. I'm delighted to present to Council the 2022 National Federation Award for Community Service Delivery, which recognises Ipswich's Children's Library. The award was presented by the Local Government Professionals Australia and contested by councils right across Australia. The library was recognised for being the only standalone dedicated children's public library in Australia. Acknowledging our young and growing population, the Ipswich Children's Library is rethinking how we engage with our youngest residents. The library features 2 life-size dinosaurs suspended from the ceiling, hands-on tech designed especially for children, unique and interactive experiences, and a collection of books and resources curated just for kids. Council was acknowledged for adopting a different approach to improve service delivery, placing emphasis on the customer experience and focusing on interactivity and engaging young people. One of the initiatives is the bespoke children's catalogue interface, which allows young readers to explore the library's 35,000-strong collection via a child-friendly, image-based search platform. We offer our congratulations to the dedicated libraries team and everyone in council that has been involved in the planning and the delivery of this unique children's library, specifically for our young people to enjoy. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, and absolute team effort across many teams across council, as you've said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 9, which is public participation, and we're very fortunate to have Mr. Tyson Turner-Thomas, who is going to be addressing us on people living with a disability. So I'll ask Mr. Turner-Thomas to come forth.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Council. As you're all aware, this past Saturday was the 3rd of December, International Day with People with Disabilities, and on Friday, I actually attended Lovely Park at one of Council's events. It was great to see the young kids in Sandpit enjoying sensory activities. I just wanted to address Council on the need to keep in mind when you're building your various facilities, to keep in mind with people with disabilities. I actually went on a tour of the Nicholas Street Prison car park, and I found a couple of issues there. This is my support worker Julie, present here beside me. We went on a tour the other day, and downstairs, after last month's council meeting, I bumped into Mr. Hepburn, and he asked me just to tour the car park and let him know of any issues. So I have some photos, and I'm currently doing up a report to send to him as well. Just a little bit of what I do in the community. I have a pretty close relationship with Mr. Peter Telly, and it's our mission to make Ipswich the first inclusive city. Now, in doing my research over the past couple of days, I actually found something that the Gold Coast City Council has put in place is, what is it called, Julie? Sorry. I'll just changing with people's toilets. It has a ceiling hoist, height adjustable changing area, and it's locked up by a special key called a Malak key. And what that key does is it only allows people with a disability to access the area. And speaking to Councillor Ireland before the meeting, it's just a normal key. So I want to go speak to the locksmith and make it a swipe card, because that'll be more easier for people to access. I just want to remind people with disabilities that you can live a normal life as possible. And yeah, if you can use me sitting up here today as an example. Yeah, kind of lost my words there. But just to give you one example of an activity I did over the weekend to celebrate the day on Saturday. Councillor Jonik would like this one, but I went out to Willow Bank Raceway and I took my car around the track. So they were pretty excited by that. And unfortunately, sorry to my mechanic, but my car broke down on Monday afternoon. So it might have had something to do with that. So sorry, Mr. Mechanic. But yeah, thank you guys.
Tyson, thank you so much. And just letting people know too that Tyson has been attending many council meetings and committee meetings as well. And as we welcome him and thank you very much for the first time that you've done public participation in our council meetings. Under the procedures, councils may take the following actions: either refer the matter to a committee, deal with the matter immediately, or place the matter on notice for discussion at a future meeting, or note the matter and take no further action. I propose that we refer the matter to the CCAS committee as part of our inclusive and accessibility plan. If that's okay, may I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Fechner. Any discussion? Thank you, Councillor Jonik.
I just have a question for Tyson. I'm just wondering what wheels he's got, what type of car. You got me curious now.
It's nothing special, just a normal car. It's a Nissan MV200. Looking at getting it hooded up too.
You could turn it into a sleeper, Tyson.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to take the opportunity to thank Tyson for your participation, your active participation and interest in what we do here at Council is highly regarded, and we appreciate the feedback. We strive to do good for our community and where we do better, and feedback from yourself, ongoing feedback is really important. So thank you.
Thank you. And I also note that your good friend Peter Tully was to be here but had another appointment, but he also gave his apologies. Otherwise, I think he was going to be here to be with you too, Tyson. In that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you very much. I now move on to matters of public interest, and I'll be doing one on a year in review. As this is our final meeting of the year, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the year that was. We started the year with COVID-19 restrictions easing and everyone hopeful to a return to a new kind of normal, and then another COVID spike that delayed the opening of our schools. February, March and May, we had more disruption from heavy rainfall and significant flooding in many suburbs of our city. Devastating damage occurred to almost 600 dwellings, 300 businesses and more than 250 vehicles across Ipswich. Of course, the real impact of this devastation was the hundreds left with uninhabitable homes who found themselves displaced. While Council led the disaster response to ensure the community's immediate needs and safety were addressed, it was most heartwarming to see neighbour supporting neighbour across our city. It was also very good to see the councillors out there. I think, Councillor Fetner, you had a bad sunburn for some time, door knocking afterwards. But thank you to all the councillors for all the support that you gave our community during that time. The federal state governments also extended us a lifeline with the $741 million Resilient Homes Fund. We're delighted to see the first 4 homes already settled as part of the voluntary buyback program, and dozens of offers extended to and accepted by residents across Ipswich. Council had barely finished the immediate clean-up when it was handed down its 3rd budget for this term, with an additional $30 million allocated to rebuilding our city. It was no doubt our toughest budget to date as we tried to manage COVID pressures, flood recovery and the cost of living challenges facing our residents. We delivered a record $621 million budget with a rate rise that was under CPI. And we continue to exercise tight controls over spending while keeping pace with our city's rapid growth and delivering the services we know our communities depend on. This year we also witnessed some amazing examples of people power, where Council and the community worked together to bring about positive change for Ipswich. Together we successfully pushed for the withdrawal of the Remondis incinerator proposal. We forced Cleanaway to take action against the nasty odours impacting our suburbs, and ultimately the state has now commenced steps to close the offending landfill, Cell 3B. We stood up for our residents in Chuwar and Tivoli whose lives were being adversely impacted by motocross noise, and residents in Rosewood to find a more suitable location for the proposed Western Resource Recovery Centre. We also witnessed some truly great sporting moments this year. We cheered on Ash Barty as she won the Australian Open women's title, ending her stellar career on a high. The keys to the city were presented at Ipswich State High School, acknowledging its historical achievement in winning the Alan Langer Cup, the Phil Hall Cup and the National Schoolboys Cup, undefeated this year. We opened the Brighton Homes Arena in Springfield Central with a bang as Ipswich hosted the 2022 NAB AFL Women's Grand Final. This amazing facility is now owned by the people of Ipswich with a fantastic long-term tenant in the Brisbane Lions. And we also left the starting blocks in our planning for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, with the Ipswich 2032 Legacy Summit exploring our city's priorities and what our priorities will be for this once-in-a-generation opportunity. And finally, we had some significant financial wins along the way. Most recently, we welcomed Agros in their $352 million commitment to join Biopark Australia in Springfield, and we're also about to welcome automotive giant Bapcor to the Redbank Motorway Estate. Work continued on our Nicholas Street Precinct revitalisation with 2 anchor tenants secured, the Hoyt Cinemas and Oz Hotels, who will take the reins of the historic Commonwealth Hotel. We also welcomed the opening of our newest tenants, Terry White Chemmart, That Dumpling Place, Gelatissimo, Zembrero, and our latest addition, Stella Rossa. We secured a $10 million tripartite commitment from all 3 levels of government for the delivery of the Ipswich to Springfield Central Public Transport Corridor as part of the SEQ City deal to get that project shovel-ready. This will see 2 decades of investment flow into Ipswich. And another $20 million commitment for the redevelopment of North Ipswich Reserve, thanks to the federal member for Blair, the Honourable Shane Newman MP, among many other election commitments for Ipswich. Together with the community, we faced many challenges this year and we shared many achievements. We've continued to make great strides in restoring community confidence in our council, with our council receiving another national award, the McKinnon Prize, for its leadership in improving transparency and public accountability as we continue to make this city as we continue to make this a city of opportunity for all. I personally thank all my fellow councillors, our executive leadership team and CEO, our council staff who have all gone above and beyond this year. I know it always hasn't been easy, but we can look back and be proud of the many things that we have achieved for our community this year. As we head into 2023 and the final year of this term, I look forward to an even more prosperous and productive new year, one which we can all hope will be much drier than the last. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 11, declarations of interest on the matters of the agenda. Are there any declarations of interest? Thank you, Councillor Tully.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I make a declaration in relation to item 5 of the Growth, Infrastructure and Waste Committee report. The nature of my interest is that I was appointed in 1975 and am still a trustee of the Goodna Cemetery. I make this as a precautionary declaration. I have no personal or financial benefit in relation to either matter, and I'd leave it to the councillors to decide if I'm permitted to stay and vote in relation to the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Tully. Have your circumstances changed in the last fortnight when we looked at this?
No, I made an identical declaration at the committee meeting and no circumstances have changed.
Thank you. Any other questions of Councillor Tully? Okay, so I move that Councillor Paul Tully participates and votes in item, just look at here, the GIW minutes, item 5, the concept design master plan of Talligella Cemetery, because there is no personal or financial benefit to him, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Kunzelman. Any discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour? I think it's unanimous, and noting that Councillor Tully has abstained. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Ireland?
I believe I have a conflict of interest in, I'm not sure, it was item 3, I'm not sure what the new one is. It was the future Ripley Road corridor upgrade. In accordance with section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act 2009, I wish to inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 3, titled Future Ripley Road Corridor Upgrade between Cunningham Highway and Centenary Highway, Ripley. The nature of the interest is that I've known some of the families for quite a long time. I invite the other councillors to determine if I can continue to participate in the decision process.
Thank you. Councillor Ireland, I think last time we spoke you weren't sure if you knew any of the families, but you've confirmed that you do know some of the families there?
I do.
You do? Do you think that would, do you have any personal financial benefit for how this goes?
No financial benefit from it.
Or any personal benefits?
No.
Any other questions of Councillor? I move that Councillor Sheila Ireland participates and votes on that item 3 in the Growth, Infrastructure and Waste Committee, titled Future Ripley Road Corridor Upgrade between Cunningham Highway and Centenary Highway, Ripley, as there is no personal or financial benefit to the councillor, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour? It's unanimous, noting that Councillor Ireland has abstained. Thank you very much. Are there any other declarations? Councillor Johnny?
In accordance with section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act 2009, I, Councillor Nicole Johnny, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item number 16.6, titled Further General Rates Concessions for Properties Impacted by the February 2022 flood event. The nature of my declarable conflict of interest is that we are part of the area that was impacted by the 2022 February floods. My husband was entitled to a previous concession. However, based on the assumptions in this report, I don't think he's entitled to further concessions. However, I would like to stay in the meeting but not participate in the vote.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions of Councillor Johnny? No? In that case, I move that Councillor Nicole Doddick remain in the meeting in relation to item 16.6, titled Further General Rates Concession for Properties Impacted by the February 2022 Flood Event, on the condition that she does not vote. I guess there is a personal or financial benefit, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that yes, that she can stay in the room, but that she does not participate in the voting. Is that what you're after?
Yeah, so just to, for clarification, based on this item, there's no financial benefit because it's just on uninhabitable dwellings. However, I feel it best that I can remain to participate in the discussion, but not vote on the subject.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll just wait for Vicky to bring up that she can participate but not vote. So
Excuse me, Chairperson,
Yes.
just making sure that it's not stating that there's a financial benefit when it's been clarified
Yes.
that there isn't a financial benefit,
I think that's what happened.
in the interests of reliable public records.
Well, I think we're saying there that Councillor Doddick is saying she does have a declarable conflict of interest. That's what it's saying there. And she's, the way that she'd like to have that managed, deal with is to stay in the room, participate, but not actually vote on the matter. Would that be correct, Councillor Doddick?
Yeah, with the declarable conflict of interest, there is a perception, I guess, that there could be a conflict. So I'm erring on the side of caution.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that Councillor Doddick's happy with that, because it does say because her husband is entitled to a concession, or is it more that he may be? Was previously. Okay, so you're not sure if this time?
No, I'm definitely sure this time it's uninhabitable dwellings and our home is definitely habitable. However, I feel compelled to declare and not vote on this
Do you mind
item.
providing the Secretary with the wording that you'd like to have there for what your declaration is? Did he receive it or was he entitled to it?
He received the discount
Okay.
previously. What did the other come? However, he is not entitled to the concession within the item. Yeah.
I'll let you decide. Are you happy with what's written there, Councillor Doddick?
Thanks,
or-
Vicky.
Okay. Okay. So move that obviously that Councillor Doddick may participate but not vote on the matter. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Ireland. Any discussion? Put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous in the room, noting that Councillor Doddick has abstained. Thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest? Yes, Councillor Fickner.
Thanks, Mayor. In accordance with Section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act, I, Councillor Andrew Fickner, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in items number 15.6, entitled Report of Ipswich Central Redevelopment Committee, number 11, and also 16.4, entitled Development Application Recommendation Minor Change. The nature of these conflicts are both the same, and they are my business interests in both A1A Proprietary Limited and Bar Heisenberg Proprietary Limited, both located in the top of town. I plan on dealing with this conflict by leaving the room while the matter is discussed and voted on. I'd also like to declare, in accordance with Section 150 EQ, that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 16.3 as well, entitled Development Application Minor Change, New Growth Special Industry. The nature of The declarable conflict of interest is my personal relationship with Jacob Wilson and his immediate family. I plan on dealing with this conflict by leaving the room or the matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fichtner. Any other declarations of interest? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
In accordance with Section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act 2009, I, Councillor Jacob Madsen, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 15.6 Ipswich Central Redevelopment Committee's report and item 16.4, I think it is, the Bottle Alley stuff.
That's 16.4.
Development application recommendation. I'm sure the meeting clerk has the relevant code. The nature of the declarable conflict of interest is I'm on the executive of the Ipswich Trades Hall and Labor Day Committee. In our building, the Ipswich Trades Hall is, of course, adjacent to the Ipswich Central Redevelopment project. As a result of that conflict of interest, I'm going to leave the meeting room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Any other conflicts of interest? No. If anything else pops up, just feel free to let me know. We'll move on to item 12, which is the confirmation of minutes. So I move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 24th of November 2022 be confirmed. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Milligan. Any amendments, alterations, suggestions? No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. I now move on to item 13. There is no mayoral minute. Item 14, business outstanding. There is none. So we now move on to item 15, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. So the first one is the report on the Growth, Infrastructure and Waste Committee. So I move that the Council adopt the recommendations of the Growth, Infrastructure and Waste Committee on the 29th of November 2022. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Tully. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Tully.
Thanks, Mayor. I do take the opportunity of referring to the item on the Talagalla Cemetery, number 5, which I mentioned previously at the committee meeting. But I think it's important that the public knows that this concept design master plan is not just some pretty pictures, but it's an opportunity to recognise one of the most historic cemeteries in Queensland. It's about 6 kilometres northwest of Rosewood, on the Rosewood-Marburg Road. You and I, of course, met there a couple of months ago to look at the cemetery. And for people who are into reading tombstones and exploring cemeteries, not only in Ipswich but generally, and there is a large number of people who do that, this is particularly historic. It was established in 1876 when 10 acres were set aside for church and cemetery purposes by Charles Freeman, who was the owner of the property. But what's more significant is one of the persons who was buried there, and that's Sydney Cotton. Sydney Cotton grew up at the Hidden Vale homestead, and he was a World War II spy for the Allies, I should stress. He and his family are buried there. But the significance of Sid Cotton, for people who don't know, and there's been much written on this, is that he was the life character that Ian Fleming used for James Bond. And that is well documented, and that's right here in the city of Ipswich. I urge people who with an interest and a fondness for cemeteries and reading tombstones to find this particular grave, which is easily found because it is marked there. Now, can I say that Ian Fleming and Sid Cotton were close friends? They had 3 interests in common. One was weaponry, one was exotic gadgetry, and the other, won't surprise people, was women. And Ian Fleming, used the character to create James Bond. Well known, of course, throughout the world, but the very significant link to that is in the Talagalla Cemetery. So I'm certainly strongly supportive of the concept design master plan, and that we, as much as we can afford, that we put this into effect, and that we have a design for that cemetery for the future, recognising the important history of this particular element of it.
Thank you, councillor Tully. Any other discussion? I think the design is quite sympathetic to the geography with the viewing platform and very respectful of their. Thank you. If there's no other discussion, I will put item 15.1 to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous and carried. Thank you. Now move on to item 15.2, which is the report on the Governance and Transparency Committee of the 29th of November 2022. I'll hand over to the chair of that committee to see how we'd like to have this report managed.
Thank you, Chair. I just recommend that the council proceed with the recommendation as per today's meeting agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Milligan. Any discussion? Put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. I now move on to item 15.3, which is the report of the Community Culture, Arts and Sports Committee of the 29th of November. I'll hand over to that chair of that committee to see how he'd like that report managed.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move that council adopt the recommendations of the Community Culture, Arts and Sports Committee number 11 for the year.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Kunzman. Any discussion?
Just that we discussed the Stronger Communities program, which was an awesome investment from council into our community groups and was a huge success and widely attended by our community groups. We also had an update from our community experience program and I can't wait to see how that project evolves, particularly early in the next year. December had quite a few deadlines that we touched on in our committee 2 weeks ago, with December 31 as their completion date. So as we come back next year, we should look forward to some pretty comprehensive updates and some of the work that's been going on in that space. And lastly, and one of the recommendations today that I'm endorsing for adoption is the addition of both Councillor Marnie Doyle and Councillor Sheila Ireland to our committee, who will join us next year, and I fully support that.
Thank you, Councillor Fichtner. Hear. Any other discussion? I'll put 15.3 to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. We now move on to item 15.4, which is the report of the Economic and Industry Development Committee of the 29th of November. I'll hand over to the chair of that committee to see how she would like this managed.
Thank you, Mayor. So I recommend that council adopt the recommendations of the Economic and Industry Development Committee, number 11 of the 29th of November 22, with the exception of item 6 titled Economic Development Strategy 2023 to 2027. Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Ireland. Any discussion on items 1 through to 4 from that committee? No, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Councillor Jonig, would you like to move item 6 of that committee? Yes, so I would like to propose a variation to recommendation A to add the word updated prior to the word economic development strategy.
And it's that version that's been shared around and posted on the hub.
Yes, that version has been updated, and there was an email that was sent out also tracking the changes from the original to the new.
Yes.
There was just minor amendments, but thought it prudent that we made sure that the updated version was the one that was getting endorsed today.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Fichtner. Any discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Now move on to item 15.5, which is the report of the Environment Sustainability Committee of the 29th of November 2022. I'll hand over to the chair of that committee to see how we'd like this report managed.
Thank you, Chair. In moving the recommendation, the Council adopts the recommendations of the Environment Sustainability Committee meeting number 11 of 2022 on the 29th of November. I would like to move that with the exception of items 3 and 5. So I'll move items 1, 2 and 4 as batch and deal with item 3 and 5 separately.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Fechner. Thank you. Would you like to? So the first one is moving 1, 2 and 4. Do you wish to speak? Does anyone like to speak to that? Yep. Yes, Councillor, sorry. Yes, Councillor Tully.
It's just an amendment on page 99 of 277 under procedural motions and formal matters. It states that the meeting commenced at 12:32 a.m. That would have been about a 13-hour meeting. Could I suggest that the AM be changed to PM as part of the adoption of the subject to the move and seconder?
We're a hard-working committee, Councillor Tully. How dare you?
I was asleep.
No, should I just check with you, Councillor Billy, as the chair?
Yes, Chair, thank you, and I thank Councillor Tully for his, as usual, good reading of.
Thank you for your eagle eyes, Councillor Tully.
Every word of every line.
He clearly reads every paper that's presented.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. I think the item now is item 3, which is the, Councillor Miller, you want to move the Ipswich City Council Natural Environment Strategy 2023?
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
You'd like to move that?
The Natural Environment Strategy.
Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Fechner. Thank you. Would you like to speak to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. With the fact that with this matter, where Council from July 2021 had commenced our new corporate plan, iFuture, one of the plan's themes being natural and sustainable, that then led to the catalyst project of that plan being to develop natural environment policy and strategy. There's been ongoing work for all of Council, so I have thought that at ordinary, for the benefit of Council members who are not on Environment Sustainability Committee, that it could be further discussed. So in doing so, I'd like to call forward the appropriate Council officer, most likely Mr. Smith, our Natural Environment and Land Manager.
Chair, Councillors, Phil Smith, Natural Environment and Land Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. With regards to the development of the strategy, whereby following the implementation of the development of the policy, the strategy was developed with a large amount of community consultation. So I'll just ask if you could detail that consultation and the outcomes from that, specifically the strategic priorities contained within the plan, the strategy.
Yeah, thank you. So the breadth and scope of the strategy itself was actually consulted on quite broadly with the wider community. We went through both Shape Your Ipswich, so online, as well as consultation with one of the new working groups in the environment area. So went out and asked for people to come forward and have that discussion, members of the community, which had quite a really good response. Some really a good, broad and representative group came forward to discuss that. I believe a couple of the members yourselves were in attendance at those groups. And then, as I say, mentioned, it was also went through Shape Your Ipswich, so everybody in the community has the chance to provide their thoughts, directions, and input on where we go and the breadth and width of the scope of that strategy, as well as to pull out some of our priorities. The natural environment, or this is a natural environment strategy, can be very broad. We've got a lot of things that we can be doing. There's a lot of things that we should be doing. What we were keen to do through this strategy is understand the community's priorities so we can really target our investment. As with all council projects and programmes, resources are finite. Therefore, we need to understand what the priorities are of the people and of the members here to understand where we can best get our bang from a buck in terms of that investment. So a large part of that was looking at where we can achieve multiple objectives, I suppose, through that investment, and understanding what's dear and important to the community, as well as from a scientific point of view, what the most important things were. So had great feedback from the community, both through Shape Your Ipswich and through the groups, as well as we went out to some of the other kind of larger and more representative bush care groups, and they had direct say as well. So it was quite broad, the consultation in that, and was all the better for it, I think.
Because the natural environment policy does touch on and feeds into pretty much every single thing that council undertakes operationally and strategically. The development of this strategy is essential to be across all those factors.
Yeah, to be able to draw upon it. So I suppose the policy gives that head of power an overarching position of council. The strategy starts to dig into how we're going to achieve that, and that's where those prioritisation aspects come into it. But yeah, it's they obviously work together, and it's a bit of a step, I suppose, sideways from previously. So we've never had a natural environment strategy or policy previously. We had a nature conservation strategy and similar policies, but this brings everything neatly into alignment, and as you said, Councillor, aligns then with our corporate plans and objectives and priorities. So yes, it neatens it up and makes it a lot clearer, I suppose, to deliver on some of those strategic objectives now. I think from my point of view, it's a very timely piece of work as well. As we keep hearing, the growth in Ipswich is huge and potentially will continue to be so. Part of that growth is driven by the unique features and values of the area, which include some of those natural values, flora and fauna, some of our great conservation estates such as Flinders and White Rock, which my predecessors had the foresight to preserve and purchase. We're now at a really interesting juncture where we continue to have that growth, and a lot of that growth is driven by people wanting to come and experience those wonderful features, but balancing that so it's not loved to death and remains for future generations to enjoy, and the values and services that it provides remain intact. That's why I think this is a really important piece of work for council, and it's a really timely piece as well. Yes, timely, of course, and during this term of council, Chair, I acknowledge that the development of council's iFuture, that there has been right across the board much work undertaken by the organisation strategically to enable the operational side of council to do their good work, and this is one example, a prime example of how that is being done throughout this time. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Smith? No, thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Thank you. I'll open it up now for discussion. As the mover,
yes, I think that was well detailed by Mr. Smith in terms of the strategy itself, how those 6 strategic priorities will be reflected through the work, and how that interrelates with everything that we do.
I know that there was extensive community consultation, and it's quite an engaging group when I attended the community consultation. And I also encourage anyone in Ipswich to participate, to join the community panels on Shape Your Ipswich so you can have your say. But I think this provides a really good direction for our organisation into the management protection of our natural environment. There's nothing else?
I just want to add there, Mayor, a huge thanks to the team that put this together. As Councillor Milligan pointed out, We've kind of had a laser focus on environment and sustainability since the creation of our strategic plan, iFuture, and this council has opened that particular pillar with open arms and significant investment and significant attention. The team responsible for the delivery of that has stepped up every single time we've asked them to. And I think that's really important as well, because I think we might be funneling more funds into the environment than the city ever has. And with that comes great responsibility. This strategy goes a long way to formalising our long-term vision for the city and a way of expending that money that we've attracted to our city to spend on protecting our environment. We have our legislative obligations outlined in various legislation, including the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act of 1999. We do that quite well, but for us, it's more about striking the balance between a city that is developing so quickly and the struggle that we have with taking care of our environment in some of those ways. So I love that this strategy allows us to build on a platform of caring for the environment while also acknowledging the real threat that a fast-growing city can have on our natural habitat. So yeah, again, just thanks to the team. They've done such a wonderful job, and they must be super relieved that they've got this under their feet now, and I bet they can't wait to spend all of the money that we will give them as we start to develop the budget for the next financial year.
Thank you, Councillor Fichtner. If there's nothing else, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. I think we're at item 5 of that committee now, Councillor Milligan, which is the...
Yes, thank you, Chair. Item 5 being response to mayoral motion, review of the February-March 2022 flood event.
Yep. I'm happy to second that, if I may.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course. Considering the timeliness of this being completed, and I would like to thank council officers for the burning the candle at both ends, the diligent hard work to achieve the timeline that was set to have this delivered prior to this storm season. Timely reminder, last night, I don't know about anybody else here, but I didn't get much sleep with the moving of the furniture upstairs. Yeah, it was quite incredible. So it is, with respect to that, the detail of the work, I would like to call forward the Emergency Management Manager to detail how the report has been undertaken and the results from that being in the two parts of strategic and operational.
Thank you. Can I ask Mr. Pinder to come to the lectern, please?
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Matthew Pinder, Emergency Management and Sustainability Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Pinder. Yes, as I just stated, if you could detail to us the process that was undertaken to develop the review report and the learnings and outcomes from that, and what the intent moving forward is with that information.
Thank you. So the report obviously came about as a result of the mayoral motion, but before going into that and talking about the report, I probably would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the flood survivors in our city, those that were impacted and traumatised by this event. And yesterday I spent 30 minutes talking to a gentleman at Goodna who has been impacted in 2011, 13 and 22. And it's a stark reminder of the importance of reviews like this that seek to ensure that we improve continuously how we approach them. So look, the review was undertaken with a focus on community forums and community feedbacks. The review had 4 forums at Rosewood, East Ipswich, which encompassed some of the worst affected areas of Bundamba and North Baval, Goodna, which was highly affected as well, and also Carolee, one of our affected areas. Those reviews, the community provide feedback in particular about the need for more localised information, in particular flood gauges. The Bureau of Meteorology website provides that those flood gauges are provided in a list format. People aren't sure where those flood gauges are, so we're doing some work at the moment to create those in a spatial format where they'll be on the disaster dashboard, hopefully by Christmas, and you'll be able to click on the actual location, see exactly where that gauge is and what's happening with it. People provided feedback that they desired better access to flood mapping and risk information, and they provided feedback that they wished for better access to emergency shelters, such as places of refuge. And in the review, it acknowledged those places of refuge. There's some challenges around resourcing people and supplies and fit-for-purpose facilities. The review also noticed some of the antisocial behaviour at some of those events. The community clearly said, and I think this is really important and a congratulatory message for councillors, they clearly said that they valued seeing each and every one of you out on the ground, listening to them, hearing their stories and hearing their experiences, and that came through very strongly. The community told us they wanted simpler language in our warnings, websites and media releases. Many reported feeling valued and supported by council and state government, and equally people reported that they were not feeling valued and supported. The review team that undertook the literature reviews reviewed the community forums, the Shape Your Ipswich page, which had 1,200 visitors, where people participated in surveys. They interviewed approximately 31 people in face-to-face interviews, plus a number of after-action reviews. The review team that did that work, to, I suppose, highlight their skill and expertise. One is a quality manager and continuity expert that worked in fuel and oil pipelines in Afghanistan and Dubai. One's a disaster and crisis expert who is a former wartime maritime warfare officer, and the other review expert was a detective chief inspector of 40 years with the Drug and Organised Crime Task Force. They were the people that undertook the review and put the report together and the recommendations that you see before you. It's really important that we acknowledge that the federal electorates of Wright and Blair, of which Ipswich is part, is identified in the top 20 most risk of climate extremes such as flood. And this report clearly calls out that Ipswich has a high flood risk and it will flood again. And the importance of this continued, I suppose, focus on improving and getting better and supporting our community is really important. Our partners, such as police, fire and emergency services, non-government organisations, said the briefings and situation reports were high quality and allowed decision making. And the flood forecasting data we provided to them was useful to aid their decision making. There are 47 recommendations to the report, 11 strategic and 36 operational, and they get down to some very tactical levels which will provide good guidance going forward. In summary though, it's really important that we acknowledge and I'll read this quote from the review, that found the organisational structures, resources, documents and processes are in place to effectively manage disasters in the city. Areas for improvement were mainly related to refinement and deployment. The Inspector General of Emergency Management also called out Council twice in its review relating to the 22 warnings that we issued as I believe, an Australian Council first using the Australian warnings system, and also reinforces the national awards around the Ipswich Integrated Catchment Plan, which provides, in conjunction with this document, a map to provide appropriate flood risk and disaster preparedness and response and recovery arrangements to our city. In short, for me, this review is something that we should be very proud of, as it does provide a map forward, and ELT have committed to workshopping and going through these recommendations to determine the most appropriate way of implementing them, noting that we need to balance. At the moment, we're in the middle of the season, and some of these recommendations include longer term changes as well as short term and immediate. As noted in the report, we adopted an agile approach and have made a number of changes already as we went through this report. And I suppose in a final piece, and in 1970, Nikki Giovanni, who's an American poet, writer, commentator and civil rights activist, said that mistakes are a fact of life. It is the response to the error that counts. And the fact that we've taken the opportunity to learn and review this I think is fantastic, and it needs to be, I suppose, acknowledged that every organisation undertakes these reviews, but it's including local, state entities. But this is the first one I know of where such a review has been publicly released to the community. So I think that is a great thing for our community to see that we are learning those lessons.
Thank you, Mr. Pinder. I'm sure that all here in this place appreciate the detail in your explanation there of those processes, and most importantly the outcomes and the plan moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Pinder? No, thank you very much, Mr. Pinder.
Thank you, councillors, for your support and dedication, and I think the community called that out.
I'll move over to discussion. Councillor Megan.
Chair, the amount of information that was brought forward, not only from community, from their experiences, and yourself, Councillor Kunzman, and I attended all of those public forums. It was on occasions very moving to hear of our residents' experiences through the event, and that needs to be recorded and considered very deeply. I thank our community for having the courage during a time where they are stressed to come forward and offer up that information. It must be harrowing for them to have to relive such a traumatic event. As well as community, it is, as Mr. Pinder detailed, our partners who across the board respond during an event like that. The information sharing, the collegiality of everyone united is what brings it all together and makes it work in the end. So also on behalf of Council, I'd like to thank all those agencies which it's a very extensive list. So not just in emergency services, there is a lot that goes hand in hand that works together. So on behalf of the City of Ipswich, I think we are extremely thankful for their good work as well. And just in total, it is the learnings that make us better, and we must be better in what we do every time.
Thank you, Councillor Milligan. As a second, I'd like to speak to it, and I know some of these things I'm raising, I mentioned it 2 weeks ago, but not everyone was on that Environment Sustainability Committee. So I'd like to thank the organisation for undertaking this review of Council's response to the February flood event. I originally put the idea of a flood review forward as a mayoral minute because flooding is an inevitable part of life in South East Queensland, and our ability to respond swiftly to these events has a direct impact on the preservation of life and property in Ipswich. And we still have hundreds of people who are still impacted by those floods in our community. As my understanding, the review of this kind has never been undertaken by Ipswich City Council, not even after the devastating 2011 floods. We've instead relied on the state government review from Inspector General Emergency Management. I think it's extremely important that we continue to improve how we respond to these severe weather events. And we can only do that if we look closely at what we did well and at what lessons we can learn for the next event. I would like to highlight that this was not a superficial exercise. The independent reports brought before us are detailed, involved extensive consultation, and provide a warts and all critique of our flood response. And I also thank our state and federal MPs who also participated in the consultation of this report as well. I would like to commend the organisation for being open and transparent in its approach to this review. They've held nothing back, and I thank the officers involved for their honesty and their bravery in doing so. While a review by nature is meant to look critically at areas for improvement, I don't think this should be in any way take away from the outstanding job our councillors and officers did during and directly following the significant flooding event. I know there were many stories of council representatives going above and beyond their service to the community, and this is reflected in the fact that the City of Ipswich had no major injuries or loss of life during the February floods. Ipswich City Council has received very positive feedback to its flood response, not just the state's independent review of the disaster, but from our own community as part of that review. And I think we can all be very proud of that. The next step, of course, is to how we put these recommendations into practice. Some of the work the report recommends has already been underway to improve council's disaster management as we head into the current disaster season. We have established a temporary flood monitoring camera network and have progressed to a permanent network. There have been improvements made to the disaster dashboard to customise the content further based on the feedback from the community. We've conducted training for council staff, community groups and other agencies. And we've had 2 flood gauges recently reinstalled at Colleges Crossing and Carrollee after they were lost in the extreme weather in February. These gauges were made in a more resilient manner to withstand future flood events so accurate data can be captured and maintained. 4 flood cameras were installed in October at the Goodna Boat Ramp, at the Warwick Road Bridge, the Rosewood Warrelview Road Spretters Bridge and the Rosewood Warrelview Road Bridge. We've also had another 7 flood monitoring cameras that are online now, and they are at Colleges Crossing, 2 at Mill Street, one facing Parker Street, Goodna, the other one facing Ena Street, Goodna, at Junction Road, 7 Mile Bridge, Leichhardt Bridge and Brisbane Terrace. That gives us a total of 11 cameras to inform both the community and disaster responders with instant access to real-time information, allowing anyone to view the rising floodwaters. This council is committed to transparency, and this flood review report presents us with an opportunity for continuous improvement so we can provide the best service and outcomes to the people of Ipswich during a disaster. The Ipswich Flood Review has made comprehensive recommendations based on community and stakeholder feedback. I would personally like to see these recommendations adopted, and I certainly put it to my fellow council CEO to consider how we do that during our upcoming budget discussions. Is there any other discussion? Yes, Councillor Tully.
Thanks, Mayor. It's certainly a very comprehensive report, and I echo the words that you and the mover of the motion have spoken, in relation to a harrowing year for many people, and of course many people have suffered the floods over three floods in 2022, 2011 in particular, and 1974, which was quite a large flood. Can I say that one of the issues raised was in relation to the descriptors used by the Bureau of Meteorology in relation to the flood gauges. If people look up the list online, one of the gauges is described as Moggle 1, one is described as Moggle 2, the other one is described as Aitchison Street East, but that's also at Moggle, if you go searching for it. Another one's described as Goodna, and the next one in a row, and these are all in line, it just says Boat Ramp Park. Now, a lot of people think that Boat Ramp Park is where the flood gauge is at Goodna, that there may be 2 gauges, because there's plenty of areas where there are more than 1 gauge in a suburb. The Boat Ramp Park, and that's all it says, is at Jindalee. So I support the comments made by Mr Pinder that the Bureau needs to update the descriptors used online. And secondly, they will release information during a flood event for the gauges at a Moggle, and what the likely impact there, and of course that's where the Bremer River and the Brisbane River join. But the number of people there affected by a flood can be pretty minor at that point. I believe that now that there is a gauge at Goodna, and there has been for about 5 or 6 years, that it'd be much better for the Bureau to be in where they issue their updates on floods, what the impact is likely to be at Goodna, or they could use both, just to inform people in the downstream. I do recall a former city engineer, Bob Gamble, city engineer here, he said that Ipswich has the most complex river and flooding system of any city in Australia because of the amount of water coming into the Bremer River, feeding into the creek system from there, and then meeting water coming down the Brisbane River, whether it's just the natural flow or it's releases from Wivenhoe Dam. And we always need to bear that in mind, that the predictions for our city can't just be based on the Bremer River or on the Brisbane River, and sometimes people lose sight of the fact that we've got communities affected by one, or in some cases perhaps both of those potential river flooding. Might I say is that as we move forward, we learn from each flood beforehand. We learn how to address it. I think one thing we've learned out of this is the timely warnings to people, and those cameras, as you say, have really enhanced the opportunity of people to see the rising floodwaters. Certainly at the Brisbane River, at the Goodna Boat Ramp, that will show people readily the Brisbane River rising and at what rate. The other one, of course, so there's two cameras near the corner of Parker Street and Mill Street at Goodna, one facing west, one east, one towards Enid Street, and one towards the corner of Parker Street. And the value of those is that people in that Enid Street, Cox Crescent area can't get out once the corner of Parker Street and Mill Street floods. That there's no proper escape route. So these cameras, I think, are just the start, and they are the technology. They're updated every 15 minutes, and I think that is so good. With the 500 plus homes in Queensland, over 39 council areas that are being bought back, and a substantial number in Ipswich and certainly in Goodna, which was described by the federal member Bilton Dick as ground zero, and it truly was in the 2022 flood. I'd like to see that to become a permanent feature of funding by state and the federal government and state governments. This is only the start. There's funding in New South Wales for the Lismore area initially, and I think after the tranche of buybacks is made, there should be some in the future, some other funding, albeit of a limited nature, so that there is a progression to take homes out of the flood area. The best way of dealing with flooded properties is to maximise the number of homes that are no longer in flooded areas. And the parkland which will be created at Goodna and other parts of the city along Enid Street, and I know you, Mayor, have been there on many occasions along with myself and Councillor Johnnick, that will be so good. But we're now into a point, and I'll just finish on this point, that the emotions of people will get stronger over the next couple of months, because there's many people in that area who've been approved for buybacks. They've been made an offer and they're going through the process now, and sooner or later, probably in the next 6 or 8 weeks, many of those will return to those homes on one last occasion. And there's a real emotional drain for a lot of those people who are endeavouring to move on. The fortunate thing is that the buyback is at the pre-flood value in February of 2022, and that's a not insignificant amount for many people. But they need the money to buy another home, to move on with their lives. But it will be an emotional time for people, and one or two have already moved out in that Enid Street area. But yes, we need to be on hand, as we were for the last 9 months or so, just to help people through the final stage of the buyback when they finally leave their home, albeit the unrepaired home in most cases, for the last time.
Thank you, Councillor Tully. Councillor Kunzelman.
Thank you, Mayor. I speak as the chair of the Local Recovery and Resilience Group, and I support the comments of my fellow councillors. Our heart goes out to those who we are still assisting through the Resilient Homes Fund. I pledge our commitment to the recommendations, and particularly we have listened to the comments of those affected. I commend the officers of the task force leaders who already have full-time jobs but have taken on these additional duties. It would be remiss to mention officers by name, but I thank them for their support to councillors and their heartfelt concern for the affected residents as we try to find solutions to difficult problems.
Thank you, Councillor Kunzelman. Any other discussion? We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. I note that's definitely after 10, so it's 10:14. I'd like to move that we have an adjournment for 30 minutes to 10:44. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you. I see it's unanimous, and we'll see you back here at 10:44. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're back on live and welcome back to the Ordinary Council meeting after our adjournment. It's now 10:46. We're now up to item 15.6, the report of the Ipswich Central Redevelopment Committee of the 29th of November 2022. I'll hand over to the... Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, gents. Thank you. I now hand over to the committee chair to see how she would like this particular report managed.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council adopt the recommendations 1 to 6 in the report dated 29th of November 2022.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Kunzelman. I'll open for any discussion. Yes, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. As we've come to the end of another year, I'd just like to highlight some of the fantastic achievements this year for Ipswich Central and the Nicholas Street precinct development. What has occurred during very challenging economic conditions. If I first talk about Ipswich Central, the revitalisation and the support by council officers within our economic development team to support our local businesses and property owners, as I mentioned, during very challenging economic times with the pandemic impacting families, residents and small business owners. The importance of council's work has been highlighted and the work through activating. For instance, top of town, we've seen the parking event, the work on the facade improvement program, assisting businesses to improve the facade and the overall appearance of their business, small business grants. All these things are really important to support our local businesses at any point, but in particular for the last 12 to 18 months, it's been critical, and I thank the council officers for continuing thinking of ideas and strategies to help support local businesses. With regard to the Nicholas Street precinct development, really excited to see some of our new businesses open. I am happy with the progress so far, again, during extremely challenging economic times. We embarked on this huge $250 million investment in our CBD, and I thank the Nicholas Street precinct team for their professionalism and acknowledge the ongoing capacity building within that team to manage these assets and this development, something that's not really ordinarily within the remit of a local government. I'm confident that we will continue into the new year to stay on track, to achieve the goals and stay within the parameters of the Nicholas Street precinct scheme. We report quarterly to the state government and update them on the work that we're doing here, and we take that governance and reporting very, very seriously. Looking into the new year, very separately to council's investment, which is a ratepayer investment. Nicholas Street precinct needs to be successful for our ratepayers. It's their assets, but equally we need to focus, is my view, on investment attraction, attracting new businesses, developers and investors to the CBD. We know we need to increase the pedestrian traffic, and high density residential living is one example that's discussed frequently in the community within the media. So look forward to some initiatives and strategies and planning levers to support that growth and development in the city. I also note that interest and confidence from developers and investors is really strong. I'm really, really pleased by that. A notable purchase this year was the old Ipswich Courthouse building. Respectfully, that is the eyesore that sits on the corner of Ellenborough and East Street. I hold fond memories of a very junior lawyer walking those halls. I think I was about 20 years of age. So that building has been purchased by Australian Unity. So the big boys have come to town. It's a very strategic purchase by them. And when we look at what other developments they've done, I think it's Hurston Quarter in Brisbane, They focus on medical precincts, professional medical practices, and they also have a retail and a residential component there. So I would love and hope that we see that kind of investment here, noting it's strategically adjacent to the Westmoreton Health Precinct and Ipswich Hospital there. So it's a really great sign of confidence and long-term investment in our city. And with that, look forward to the new year and thank council officers both in the NSP team and Ipswich, our economic development team and our CEO who's working hard and leading the team. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any other comments? Just a thank you, Councillor Doyle, for your leadership. It's a complex portfolio that you lead. I was speaking to someone who bought a retail space in the top of town a couple of years ago. It's going, and they're finally now getting a tenant who's going to be going there as well. So it's great to see the ripple effect that's happening top of town and Riverlink and so on. There's no other discussion. I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous in the room and carried. I'll now wait for the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Fichtner to return. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 16.1, which is the potential sale of Swifts Sports Club, located over part of 95A, Brisbane Road, Bavale. Would anyone like to ask the relevant council officer any questions? Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor.
Is it Mr. Smith? Is what you're...
I think it may be Mr. Smith as well as the General Manager for Planning and potentially CEO, but I'll be guided by council officers as to who would like to answer.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Matt Smith, General Manager, Corporate Services.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. If we look at option 1 set out in the report, so that is outlined on page 108, and that is managing the existing lease. If council were to choose this option, can I get an understanding, please, of who in council will manage the asset, the schedule of works, the lease management, the process and building works, noting there is works required on the building, and I guess who will manage it wholly going forward to ensure we meet our obligations at law and to ensure that there are good financial outcomes via procurement, procuring these works. We know we're in this very difficult supply chain environment because of COVID, and we know from Nicholas Street Precinct our building costs have gone through the roof. So, and I do not want to hark to the past, but you know, things to date may not have been managed optimally. So, what does that look like going forward for council?
I think, Councillor Doyle, I think if you look at, obviously if we were to move forward through this option, a number of parts of council would need to be involved, both upfront and ongoing. I think when you look at the accountability around the property services arrangements around leasing, the procurement, as you mentioned, and managing the asset and the leasing arrangements to the asset moving forward, it will logically fall to corporate services. So it would fall under, I think, my remit to manage that arrangement moving forward through the life of the lease.
Okay. Just in relation to option 2, and I'm happy for my colleagues to jump in if they have any questions along the way regarding any of these options, but I'll move on to option 2, which is negotiate a new lease with Swifts. Can I get an understanding, has option 2 been explored with Swifts, noting that council has other examples of long-term lease arrangements in place, such as Brisbane Lions and the Springfield Stadium, whereby a long-term lease has seen the ultimate responsibility for development and maintenance of that asset in the hands of a third party?
No, Councillor, we haven't had any specific discussions around a long-term leasing arrangement with Swifts. It was included as an option because it is something we have looked at in the past with other arrangements. What I can share is that some recent correspondence from Swifts earlier this week indicated their desire not to enter into a new arrangement with Council.
When we think about the arrangement that's in place at Springfield, for example, obviously the operator there has been able to obtain finance and government grants and develop that very successfully, all with a leasehold interest rather than freehold. Is that something that we could say that would equally apply to the Bavel Swifts site, or is it not apples with apples?
I think this is probably just my opinion, Councillor. We probably need to seek some additional commercial opinions outside of Council as well from some financing. I would suspect for us it's probably a little different given this is more of a commercial arrangement given the nature of business conducted by Swifts at that location.
Okay, thank you. Our papers advise that under section 236 of the local government regulation, council can dispose of the asset without going through a tender and an auction requirement. If the disposal is to a community organisation and council has decided by resolution that the exception contained does apply. With regard to this exception, can I confirm council has formed the view that Swifts is a community organisation? We don't have a lot of that analysis within our papers, so just wondering if you can expand on that a little for me, please.
That is my understanding, Councillor. I'm wondering if I might be best to call on our General Counsel, Mr Dunleavy, just to provide some further context around that decision.
Good morning, councillors. Tony Dunleavy, Manager Legal and Governance, General Counsel.
Thank you, Mr Dunleavy. Can I just get a deeper understanding of the, definition of community organisation and how councils arrived at the view that Swifts are a community organisation? Just just mindful of this arrangement has been in place for a very long time, and the organisation, that we were dealing with many years ago, I think has changed slightly. I might be wrong, but when we think about their mission statement and their constitution, for instance.
Well, Councillor Doyle, I'm just conscious of any answers here because it's impinging on potential legal advice.
Okay, so happy to do that one in closed session now? Okay. And so the next part of my question then may also be for closed session. When we talk about surplus to council's requirements and the determination there, I'm assuming that's in accordance with Ipswich City Council's property acquisition and disposal property. That one's adopted in 28th of October 2019. So do you believe we need to be discussing that?
Well, you've got to make the determination whether it is surplus to requirements. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. And I was just wanting to discuss further how we arrived at the determination that the land is surplus to council's requirements.
Well, that's a matter for yourselves, Councillor Doyle.
Okay. Option 3, disposal by sale to Swifts, the single most concern, expressed by community members, and it's certainly one that weighs heavily on me, is if council sells to Swifts, what does this mean long term for that parcel of land? For instance, if Swifts decide to no longer run a club at the location and sell to a developer or another third party, what could go on that site? For instance, you know, a service station. So I turn my mind to what will the plan, it's currently zoned recreation. We will need to carve off this piece of land to sell it. What will it be zoned as, and what uses would be permitted? Do we know that?
Well, I can't answer that off the top of my head, but once again, it's potentially encroaching into legal advice in providing that answer.
Yeah.
Maybe General Manager of PRS could answer that one later.
Now, I just want to be clear on the land that's been assessed as potentially for sale. It does not include the road reserve, so the footpath that is lined with the beautiful figs, that's not included. But could an owner of the site, whether it be Swifts or a future owner, successfully apply for a driveway access off Brisbane Road rather than Green Street?
Again, I'm not able to answer that question off the top of my head.
Just trying to get a general understanding of the timing. If council resolved to sell to Swifts today, an understanding of the steps that would need to be taken. I understand there would need to be an application for planning. The plan would need to be registered, a separate title issued to allow the transfer. I note that there's a state heritage overlay on the property there. I know that state heritage overlay relates specifically to the monument in the park. However, it's my view that we would need to seek approval from the state government, from Department of Environment and Science, Queensland Heritage Council. So with all the steps that need to be taken, wondering how long it's likely to be before ownership is ultimately transferred to Swifts.
It's difficult to say, Councillor Doyle, simply because of the fact I'm not sure what arrangements, if your decision is to sell the land to Swifts, what Swifts may be looking at doing longer term with the club. I mean, that's a matter which is governed under the planning scheme and is subject to a planning application and is subject to council being the assessment manager for the planning scheme. So,
okay, but from
I can't put a time frame. No, perhaps the general manager.
But from council's perspective, if we agreed today to sell the property, to get to the point we're in a position to do a settlement and transfer of ownership to Swifts, all that work, that significant amount of work is on council. You know, getting plans registered and approvals from the state. I'm thinking that's going to take a considerable amount of time, but we're not able to opine on that at this point.
Well, I think the decision which is in front of you is whether you sell the land or not to Swifts. That's the only decision you're being seeking to make, is my understanding. What Swifts intend to do moving forward is a matter for them, but will be subject to the statutory provisions with the planning scheme. So the only decision essentially that you're making is, are you going to sell the land to Swifts or not?
Okay, thank you. It's probably a question for General Manager Peter Tabulo. Thank you, Mr. Dunleavy. Thank you.
If I may, before the two of you leave, I have one question. In with option 2, negotiate a new lease, is there some mechanism we can force Swifts to renegotiate a lease?
Again, Mayor, I think we're talking in territory which might be subject to legal professional privilege. So if it's held in open session, you're effectively waiving that privilege.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Johnny.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I believe I've got like a non-confidential question and it relates to attachment 2. I'm just wondering who authored that attachment and what date it was authored on. Page 115 of our pack.
It's the list of assets.
Councillor Johnny, can I take that question on notice, please, just to confirm who authored that?
Yeah, absolutely. And just one more question in relation to the attached maintenance schedule from the lease. Do we have any documentation to prove that that item has been adhered to? Be it not in full or partial, but any type of documentation?
Well, that's a matter what's subject to what has been an ongoing dispute.
Absolutely. Do we have any proof of them ever of any compliance there or historically?
Well, again, we're sort of edging into what could be subject to legal professional privilege.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think I'll ask Mr Tabulo to come to the lectern. Thank you very much, Mr Dunleavy. Thank you, Mr Smith.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Peter Tabulo, General Manager of Planning and Regulatory Services.
Thank you, Mr Tabulo. As I mentioned before, I'm just trying to get an understanding of how long, if we were to resolve today to sell to Swifts, there are a number of steps that need to be taken to put council in a position where we could attend a settlement and transfer title to Swifts. Just trying to understand the steps in that process and the likely timing, and specifically the state heritage overlay that applies to Cameron's Park.
Again, like Mr Dunleavy said, it's hard to be definitive given the uncertainties in any development application process. Estimates for this conversation, I would say between 6 to 12 months for the excision of the property to get title. What's to its advantage is the fact that the lease is already in place as a boundary. The buildings are already in place. So it's not as if it's dealing with a clean slate or a clean parcel of land with none of the improvements or impediments on it. With respect to the heritage overlay, again, the assessment, in my opinion, would be minimal because the building's in place. The heritage, as you said, Councillor Doyle, is in regard to the war memorial. And so therefore there would just have to be a demonstration as to what's the impact of the titling, the separate titling, on the heritage location. The fact that both are in existence at the present time, there's nothing new being introduced other than a title boundary being changed from leasehold to freehold.
So we would need to ask the state though, for consent or...
I'll give the cautious advice and say yes, we would,
Yeah.
but I'd need to check that in detail.
Okay. And it's only after that parcel of land is carved off and title transferred, at that point, it would be in the hands of Swifts to make whatever development applications
Correct.
they like.
Correct.
Yeah. Can I just talk about potential uses for the property in the future? If Swifts decided to not develop it, we sell to Swifts, they decide not to develop it and on sell, what could be developed on the site reasonably?
Again, hard to be definitive, given the location where it is. That in other situations, you would think that site would have some desirability for unit development in a parkland setting, a parkside setting. Whether there was interest from a commercial perspective may be there as well, but the issue of Brisbane Road, the traffic there, the volume of traffic, the turning in and off Brisbane Road to get to the site may not make it as attractive for a commercial entity.
So the zoning on the new lot will be recreation, as it currently is?
Correct.
Driveway access from Brisbane Road?
Well, the site doesn't have direct access from Brisbane Road at the present time. If the lease boundaries are a reflection of the title boundary, the future title boundary, then there is no direct access from the new parcel of land to Brisbane Road.
Does somebody have the ability to apply to council and request new access to the site?
There would be a need for, yes, a request, whether it is for further acquisition or for a easement over the land to gain access. That would be subject to an application considered on its merits.
Okay, and just in relation to future use of the property and protections or mechanisms available for council, for the community, to ensure that the existing use continues and that it doesn't change, are there any mechanisms such as a covenant, a caveat, an option for council as part of the sale to preserve and protect? I do note that this came up in 2019 with the Interim Management Committee, and I'm looking at the discussion and minutes from that. And, you know, the Interim Management Committee quite rightly raised a concern about what could happen down the track and ways of protecting the property, and a caveat was mentioned as an option, but I don't think that that is an option.
Probably have to defer to Mr Dunleavy for
Yeah,
for the pure legal advice on that, Councillor Doyle. But any proposal would require a material change of use application to be lodged, duly considered by council, going through that whole process under the Planning Act, calling for submissions, evaluating the proposal against not only the zone, the recreation zone as it currently stands, but the scheme as a whole, and then the appeal rights that flow from that, depending on what council's decision was at a future point in time.
And as a group, I guess we're acutely aware of the planning challenges we face. It's one thing to, I guess, suggest that an MCU would have to be made, but we do know that with planning law and the P&E court, there's lots of, I guess, parameters and precedents that, you know, usually define the decision that we have to make, because it could be challenged. So we aren't able to make a determination or, you know, opine on prospects of success of an MCU on the site, zoned recreation.
No. While it may have some bearing on your decision, the decision here today is realistically about whether to hold the land or dispose of the land. You've identified a range of concerns and risks, but it all gets down to your willingness or acceptance of holding on or disposing of the land.
Thank you, Mr Tabulo, but the responses here today do absolutely inform our decision to sell or keep. So, but thank you for your responses.
There you go. Before you go, Mr. I think Councillor Tully has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Just to take that one step further, a lessee, as opposed to an owner, would require the owner's consent to put in a DA.
Correct.
Yeah. So, so as owner, we would, in respect of this property or any property, we would, or if we were the owner, we would always be able to control the development or any proposed development by exercising our decision not to agree to the application.
That's correct.
Rather than the P&E court making the final decision.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Tully? Mr. Tully, I think. Oh, Mr. Tully, sorry, Mr. Tabulo.
Not of Mr. Tabulo,
Okay.
no. I think maybe Matt Smith and Jeffrey Keach potentially, just wanting to understand the financial impacts of any decision that we make.
So I ask Mr. Smith and Mr. Keach to come to the lectern, please. Mr. Keach, you mind introducing yourself?
Jeff Keach, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Councillor Fickner.
Thank you both. Firstly, and I acknowledge that the substantive report provided by Ryder Levitt Bucknell is confidential, but when we're talking about the $7.4 million figure associated with the 20-year whole of life or whole of lease costs to council, with the RLB report, all of the works outlined in that report, how many of them need to be executed under the lease? As in, is everything that's included in this report a requirement of council legally under the lease to fulfil, to construct and to complete?
I think, Councillor Fector, that's probably something, again, that's subject of legal advice in terms of what we would need to complete.
Yep. But more broadly speaking, if that's the number that we land on, $7.4 million as being the impost to council, what is the likely expenditure over the next financial year that we would need to stump up? Because $7 million is a lot of money, and even if it's one or two that we need to be forking out to fulfil our obligations under the legal contract that is the lease with Swifts, what are we looking at?
Yeah, to fulfil our obligations, Councillor, it's likely a significant portion of that investment would be required initially, most likely in 23-24 financial year, pending the need to go to market for the requisite contractors and the timeframe it would take to go through that process and commence work, acknowledging the market is a little constrained for those types of services at this point in time.
And I guess, Mr. Keach, the ultimate impost on the LTFF and, I guess...
Correct, yeah. That at the moment, that's not included in our 3-year capital program in any way at the moment, so council would need to, as part of its considerations, work out how it would fund those, because at the moment it's not included in any of our current forecasts at this stage in time. So the impact on the rest of our budget or other capital programs would need to be considered in broader aspects by council at the time.
And I guess there's if option one, if we decide to keep and maintain the existing lease, there would have to be a dispute resolution process as to what needs to be done and when, and what those timeframes are, and expectations of when works will be completed versus when council can reasonably budget for them might be, points of contention in that. Would we have to, ultimately, could we be sitting around this table considering a budget variation, in the last, half of this financial year to try and meet in the middle around those things? I know we can't, we can't look into the future and see what dispute resolution looks like, but, I'm putting myself, on both sides of the table here thinking, well, my expectation is that the works will be completed, and what does the construction methodology and timeline look like? And how much will that, drag council back into these conversations with updates saying, we need money, we need money?
It would be likely, Councillor, that there would be some expenditure in this financial year as we work through and engage the requisite consultants and support mechanisms to go through the project that would need to upfront. As I said, I would suspect it's unlikely the large volume of the investment would occur until 23-24. I think it's a very valid point in terms of the market you look at the moment with a CPI of over 7%, our PPI of 6%, which we've talked about in terms of our budgetary impacts. Very difficult to predict the ups and downs in some of the contracts that we're looking at, and vertical infrastructure has certainly taken a bigger hit in terms of those cost increases than some of the normal work that council would be completing under its normal program.
Yeah, and I guess, acknowledging where the market is right now, the reality of actually being able to deliver a project before 30 June anyway. So yeah, I guess, what you're saying is that these considerations are to be made in budget discussions in preparation for next financial year, rather than, it's just the planning that we'll have to do. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I think Councillor Johnny?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if you can tell me if the building is structurally sound.
I couldn't answer that question, sorry. I'm not aware as to where that would sit.
Did we do any building inspections, or were we relying on...
Again, Councillor Johnny, I think I'd have to take that question on notice. There is some detail on the specific works that would need to be done in the RLP report, RLB report, which I think includes some works to roofing and the like, but in terms of the structure, I would need to take that question on notice and do some further investigation.
So noting that the quantity surveyor's report, without going into it, is quite exhaustive, and you are stating that there will be a fair chunk of the 7 mil that would be required in our first year. Can you be specific on the actual amount, or do we need to go into closed session for that?
I think that would be best, Councillor. And again, it would depend on the process that we wanted to go through for construction to get that work completed also.
Any other questions?
Well, yes, there are, but we might need to move
in
into
closed session. If there are no other questions that are there any other questions that could be asked in open council? No, I think I've got a list of about 8 questions I think we need to ask.
Just one on effective life of assets. So noting that, we term end of life for a building based on its, effective life. And do we usually knock buildings down after they've reached effective life?
It depends on the circumstances. From an accounting perspective, we hold different effective lives for elements of the building. So the structure might have 50 years, but the mechanicals might only be 15 or 20. So it just depends on the very elements. Internals, carpets and fit outs and those sorts of things have a lower and different life than what the structure was. So most of our buildings and a lot of our assets we componentise into those. And this building would be no different in that space. There would certainly be some that would have a differing life, and the mechanicals, as I say, the fit outs, different areas than the structure. But yeah, what we would do with those at the end of life is a decision when looking at the asset management approaches to those.
Depending on the individual circumstances
Yeah,
of the
absolutely.
asset. Thank
And
you.
what council's intentions are for those assets going forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions that we can ask in open session? No, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll actually move that we go into closed session in accordance with section 254J3G, which is negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Under the local government regulations, the meeting moving to closed session to discuss item 16.1, titled potential sale of Swifts Sports Club located over part of 95A Brisbane Road, Beval. I call for a seconder for that. Thank you, Councillor Tully. Vote on that. Please raise your hand. It's unanimous that we go into closed session. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to the ordinary council meeting. Oh, my phone's going off. We've just had a closed session, and just letting people know, it will be reflected in the minutes that we did adjourn from 12:13 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. We've now come back at 2:40. I'm going to hand over to Councillor Doyle for what recommendations we'll be putting forward today.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the following motion in relation to item 16.1 on the agenda today. A, that the report be received and noted. B, that council resolve not to sell the land at 95A Brisbane Road, Baval, more particularly described as part of Lot 169 and Plan Registered Plan 24111, council file reference number L1274. That council advise the existing lessee that it is prepared to negotiate revised terms of the existing lease or to enter into a new lease with the lessee on terms and conditions and for such period as may be agreed to by the parties. Full stop. That pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, council resolved to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to take action in relation to the variation of the existing lease or the creation of a new lease. And E, that the matter be brought back to council for approval of any revised or new lease.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you very much, Councillor Fechner. I'll hand over to yourself, Councillor Doyle, to state the reason and speak to it.
I think Councillor Fechner's happy to.
Sorry, it's not.
On the basis of the information and advice provided by council and external advisors, it is considered most prudent for financial risk and operational reasons for council to remain the owner of the land rather than to sell the land.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it any further, Councillor Doyle? No? As a seconder, Councillor Fechner, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just want to speak briefly to the place where I landed. I support this recommendation in front of us today. Swifts have existed in our city for more than 100 years, founded in about 1919. And in fact, at this particular location, they were the saviour when it came to the Bowls Club becoming insolvent at that time in 2001, and them taking over the leasehold and progressing the club from its location in Baval since then. Over the years, it's well documented that council has supported them quite significantly in terms of investment into the property by way of renegotiating lease arrangements, and council has always supported that the Swifts exist in our city and progress the wonders of rugby league in our beautiful city. So I think that in opting to choose option B from the report in the negotiation of potentially a new lease would see Swifts it would allow Swifts to negotiate a point where they could deliver their new redevelopment of their bowls club on the site on their terms. They shared with us an amazing concept plan of what they plan to do with the very tired site down there in Baval, and I think it would be a wonderful redevelopment for the people in my division to enjoy. So I support this recommendation, and I support continued cooperation with Swifts on this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous and carried. Thank you. I now move on to item 16.2, which is the Community Use Childcare Centre at 54 to 56 Arthur Somerville's Road, Carolee, draft conditions package. May I ask for the relevant council officer to come to the lectern, please?
Good afternoon, Anthony Bowles, Acting Development Planning Manager.
Thank you, Mr Bowles. I just want to confirm, I know it's in the report, but I just want to confirm that obviously council refused this and there was a number of community members. This was part of an IDRP process. Based on the co-respondents, the residents and the local businesses have settled, or what's happened there?
Essentially, the process has been a series of expert reviews of the material with experts appointed by the court, acting for council as well as for the appellant, making changes and discussing those changes with the co-respondents and council to the point where the co-respondents have been satisfied with the changes that have been made, or rather satisfied to the point that they're able to settle the appeal and no longer partake in the hearing. So there has been settlement agreements signed on the basis of the changes that are made set out in the report and the conditions, and they include things such as a reduction in the number of children, a reduction in the number of GFA, a limit to the start date for the use till the 1st of July 2024, and various other changes specifically around the design, acoustic attenuation and things like that. So the assistance of the experts and the mediation with the registrar and the court has led to the changes that have got to the point where settlement is the way to progress or finalise the matter.
Right. So does that mean all 5 co-respondents have all put in writing that they've settled? Is that what you're...
Essentially, yes, they've signed a settlement agreement with requirements.
Yes, with requirements,
which
yes.
are included in the conditions, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No, thank you very much, Mr Bowles.
Thank you.
So the recommendation before us is that the conditions generally outlined in attachment A be approved, subject to the review of the other parties of the appeal and adjustment of conditions as required. I'll move that. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Kunzelman. Any discussion on this matter? Yes, Councillor Kunzelman.
Thank you, Mayor. At the council meeting in December, councillors made the decision to not allow this project. Following the lodgement of an appeal in the Planning and Environment Court by the applicant, a resolution was reached by all parties, the applicant, the residents who were co-respondent and council, that meant an appeal in full did not have to be heard. The resolution was based on reduced child numbers, reduced floor area, reduced number of car parks and other conditions to protect the amenity for residents. While initially seeking to support the resident co-respondents based on the fact that they were satisfied with the negotiated outcomes and advice from council experts, I consider that it is appropriate to now agree to this package of new conditions, which the court will ultimately hand down in a consent order, once all parties are finally satisfied. I thank the residents for their efforts and investment, which in part has resulted in an outcome that is accepted by all.
Thank you, Councillor Kunzelman. And yes, Councillor Tully.
Just very briefly, and this is a good example of something that probably couldn't have been, almost certainly couldn't have been achieved at the decision-making stage of council, and it's quite often that consent orders are given when the parties come together with experts on both sides, and I think from a community point of view, I assume the council is supportive of this outcome, but it's not unusual. It doesn't happen all that often, but it's something that I think would have been impossible to achieve during that time of the formal process before council.
Thank you, Councillor Tully. Yes, I'll be supporting this as well, obviously, as the mover, but and you can see that there's been a great deal of negotiation, so there is a reduction in the gross floor area, reduction in the car parks, reduction in the number of childcare spaces, an inclusion of high acoustic barrier, reduction in the height of another noise barrier, the inclusion of other noise barriers, and a provision of a pump out and vapour return with the sewerage system. So a better overall outcome for the community. And since all members of the community, all the co-respondents have settled, I'll be supporting this as well. Any other discussion? I put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. Thank you. We now move on to item 16.3. Thank you. Apologies. 16.3 is the development application minor change 7213/2014/MAMC/D New Growth Special Industry Compost and Soil Conditioner Manufacturing Facility at Swanbank. The recommendation here is that Council refuse the proposed minor change application for the reasons outlined in the report in attachment A. May I have seek the relevant council officers elect in, please?
Good afternoon, Anthony Bowles, Acting Development Planning Manager.
Mr. Bowles, obviously this is a company that wishes to make some changes to a DA, but there's a bit of a difference whether it's a minor or a major. Do you mind just succinctly outlining that for us?
I will try and be succinct, but as you can see in the report, it is a largely technical matter. Fundamentally, the request is for a minor change, which has a specific set of assessment criteria that is separate to a full MCU application or another change application. The reason why we are recommending a refusal is we do not believe that the change to the proposal when compared to the existing approval constitutes a minor change. Our view is, having assessed the changes and the impacts of the changes, is that the request for a minor change is rather, instead of being minor, is substantially different development. And because of that failure of meeting that test, we've had to make that recommendation. It's a little bit different to a consideration of the merits, although there's quite a lot of conversation about the merits in the report. It is predominantly a technical matter. While I'm speaking, it's probably worth mentioning some new information that is different to what the report says. The beginning of the report states that right at the beginning, that the purpose of the application is to achieve alignment with an application with the Department of Environment and Science for a transitional environmental program. Unfortunately for the applicant, that application was refused by the department on Friday. So a lot of the reasons in the department's refusal for that environmental program refusal are consistent with the points that we've raised in our report. The purpose of that transitional program was to address odour concerns and stormwater quality concerns. The refusal isn't an attachment to this report because it happened before the report, it happened after the report was finalised, but it is available, it should be available, and it identifies that there's concerns about odour and concerns about stormwater, which are largely replicated in a different way in our report. So the premise of the application being to align with the TEP is also a difficulty when that has been refused. Sure. But they're similar matters, but our primary concern is that the application doesn't meet the minor change test, which is a technical planning matter.
Mr. Bolt, will this refusal be a surprise to the applicant?
Officers in my department and myself have been communicating with New Grove for several years now. Council's efforts to seek the site to be returned to its approved state have been going quite some time now. So we've been explaining through meetings, sometimes with our prejudice setting, which I'm not really able to disclose, but in open settings, we've advised that we don't support this approach. We have suggested that an application be lodged, an actual planning application, an MCU application. We felt that that would be something that we could mould into a position where we're changing the approval into something new. We're basically dealing with it fresh. That would be a process that we could support. We may not end up with this outcome. It might look something totally different. But we've consistently stated that changing the approval to what they currently have on the site would not meet the test, in our opinion.
Okay. Why do you think there was the hesitancy to doing an application?
The hesitancy to lodge a new application over a minor change is predominantly, and this is not just to this application, it's just generally, is to avoid the additional processes such as public notification. So there isn't a public notification component to this application. That fear is sometimes well-founded, sometimes not founded at all. In this same space, the WMI application, which we recommended for approval earlier this year, did not go through a minor change process. was a lodgement of a new application. In addressing our concerns, we were able to recommend an approval for that. And that going through the public notification only obtained one submission. So likewise, in other cases, though, you can have thousands of submissions. So it's a degree of caution to avoid a scenario where there could be a third-party appeal through the submissions. So that isn't, as I said, that's not necessarily a concern that only applies here. It's something that we deal with widely.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bowles. Any other questions of Mr. Bowles? No, thank you very much, Mr. Bowles.
Thank you.
So I move that Council refuse the proposed minor change application for the reasons outlined in this report and attachment A. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Ireland. Any discussion on this matter? Yes, Councillor Ireland.
Thank you, Mayor. On Monday, I was out looking at Cumnor Road, and their landfill at Newgrow now comes right out to Cumnor Road, and it's on a downhill decline. I'm just wondering where the leachate goes from that side of Cumnor Road, because the road at the bottom is really wet and squishy, and I know that probably it's all the landfills out there, but I'm concerned about how they are catching any runoff from that site on Cumnor Road.
We can raise that with council officers later.
Okay.
Thank you. If there's no other discussion, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. 16.4. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. 16.4 is the development application recommendation of minor change for 10301/2019/MAMC/A. May I ask for the relevant council officer to the lectern, please?
Anthony Bowles, Acting Development Planning Manager.
Mr. Bowles, since this is council assessing whether council can do something, could you please outline the process to ensure independence?
Yes. The application being an application for basically lodged by council and to be decided by council, as a council, we have implemented a process where we have the independent decision review panel, which provides council an opportunity to issue the recommendation to an external consultant for review, an expert consultant, and that expert is able to provide comments or feedback on the proposal. It isn't statutory necessarily. It's a process that we've undertaken to allow for a degree of transparency and probity in these decision-making processes. So this application has been through that process. There are two types of independent review panels, ones that have a hearing and panels that don't need a hearing. This one didn't need to go through a hearing. The hearing is for scenarios where we have a lot of submissions and we have people who would like to address the panel. So that formality isn't required here. We're mostly ensuring compliance with our statutory obligations and again providing that level of external scrutiny on a council decision.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Bowles? No, thank you very much, Mr. Bowles.
Thank you.
So I'll move that council approve the minor change to the DA, subject to conditions contained in attachment 2 of this report. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any discussion? No, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous and carried. I'll just wait for the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Fickner to come back in. Thank you. On to item 16.5, which is the report on the Audit and Risk Management Committee of the 16th of November 2022. Would anyone like to ask the relevant council officer any questions on this matter? No? In that case, I'll move this report. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Any discussion? No, thank you. I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous and carried. I have our last item, which is a late item, and I just note I think Councillor Jonick will participate but not vote on this particular matter, which is the further general rates concession for properties impacted by the February 2022 flood event. Would anyone like to ask the relevant council officer any questions on this? No? In that case, I will move that in accordance with Chapter 4, Part 10 of the Local Government Regulations 2012, that Ipswich City Council decide to grant a $250 concession for general rates related to the October to December 2022 ratings period to eligible residential owner-occupied ratepayers impacted by the 2022 floods, and where the relevant residential dwelling continues to be uninhabitable on the basis outlined in this report. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Kunzelman. In discussing this, one thing that's come out during our community consultation, but also chatting with all the councillors, and we've given the feedback to the organisation, is that there are many people who are still not in their homes, so they're not needing their bins picked up. They're certainly not utilising all the council services, and they're in a very difficult situation. So I'll be supporting this to ensure that those residents who've been most impacted, it's a fair thing, and I'll open up for any other discussion to other councillors. No, in that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous, noting that Councillor Jonick has abstained. Thank you. There's no notices of motion. 18 questions on notice. There are none. So just wish everyone a very merry and safe Christmas, and I hope you have a lovely break over Christmas and spend time with your loved ones. I'll close the meeting at 3:03 p.m. Thank you very much.